time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Flying Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Colorado Rockies. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Wednesday evening to you, wherever you may be. Welcome to the rubber game, the three-game series of the Colorado Rockies and Dodgers, each winning one, and the Rockies in first place, leading Arizona. The Dodgers are 2.5 games back. The pitching for tonight, the Dodgers send Josh Beckett to the mound. Beckett is 0-3. He is 5-2 lifetime, however, against Colorado. And if you want to go way back, Josh Beckett beat the Rockies in Game 1 of the 2007 World Series. On the mound for Colorado, Juan Nicasio with a record of 3-0. Lifetime, he is 1-2 against the Dodgers. The Dodgers got a big lift last night from the return of Hanley Ramirez, and Colorado will get a lift of their own tonight because Troy Tulowitzki is back in the starting lineup. We'll get to the ball game. We'll have it all coming up with a whole lot more right after this. Brought to you by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. By AT&T UVerse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. And by Jack in the Box. The Chipotle Chicken Club combo is back for a limited time.
May 1st, it's hot days and cold nights at Chavez Ravine. It was 90 downtown today. It should be in the low 60s by the time we get this one finished. Now the series on the line. Dodgers and Rockies in the finale. Out in center field, Jim Watson, Steve Lyons. Last night, the theme, the return of Ramirez. It's our Hyundai key to the lineup. Hanley Ramirez was back, and back with a bang.
Well, you know, this is a guy that 3 years ago was maybe the best player in all of baseball. Is he past his prime? I don't know if he's past his prime, but bottom line, I don't think he's going to be a 40 stolen base or a 40 home run hitter anymore, but he's a middle-of-the-order run producer. You know, he's missed a month of the season. I believe if this lineup starts to do what they're supposed to do, he can still drive in 100 runs. He can hit a bunch of doubles and still reach the 20 home run mark.
How about defensively?
Defensively, he's always a question mark. That thumb's going to bother him for a while. He was never known as a great defensive shortstop ever. So, I mean, you know, you take the good with the bad with him, you get what you get, and they'll take the offense over the defense now.
And he does make the lineup much tougher, and he turns it over. Hopefully the Dodgers get more hits, more runs, and win another series by beating the Rockies. Starter tonight, Josh Beckett, who still has not won a game, but he's pitched well enough that he should have won a couple.
Josh Beckett is a guy, he's a workhorse out there. He's not the guy that throws 97 anymore. His fastball's 91. I can remember covering him in the 03 World Series when his changeup was 91. He's going to give up 3 runs. He's going to go 6 innings, win him a game.
He's always pitched well against Colorado. Rockies in first place, 16-11. Dodgers level at 13-13.
And lost 61, so they're hoping to knock off Walt Weiss tonight for number 100. For the Rockies, who arrive here, we'll start them off with Eric Young in right field, Dexter Fowler in center, and Carlos Gonzalez in left field. Troy Tulowitzki will be at shortstop, making his first appearance in the 3-game series. Michael Kadaya is at first base after playing in right field. Willen Rosario, the catcher. Nolan Arenado will be at third base. Josh Rutledge at second, and Juan Nicasio on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, Josh Beckett. Beckett out of Texas. Big man at 6'5", about 225 pounds. Drafted originally by the Marlins, 1999. His record, however, is 0-3. He had one brilliant effort. That was in Arizona, where he lost in the bottom of the 9th inning, 1-0. He is 5-2 lifetime against Colorado. And for those who remember such things, he beat Colorado in Game 1 of the World Series back in 2007. he'll be facing Eric Young, then Dexter Fowler, and the left fielder Carlos Gonzalez. As far as the Dodgers with the leather are concerned, we'll take a look at them. And you have Gonzalez and Punto, Ramirez at short and Uribe, Schumacher, Kemp, and Ethier in the outfield, and Ellis behind the plate. Couple of question marks, of course, for Chris Schumacher. Skipped last night coming in to pitch an inning, so he is most valuable. He's also playing because Carl Crawford can't play with a tight hamstring. There's no further report on Mark Ellis out with the same problem. So a couple of Dodgers are in abeyance right now. We'll have to wait and see about a report. All Mark Ellis can do is sit and root right about now, and they sorely miss him, although Nick Punto has done a very good job filling in at second base. So here we go in the first inning with Eric Young, Dexter Fowler, and then Carlos Gonzalez. Last year in August, EY, as everybody calls him, the son of EY Sr., who played here, Eric Young faced Chad Billingsley and hit a home run inside the park here at Dodger Stadium. So like his father, he runs like the wind, and he has hit safely in 9 straight starts. First pitch from Josh Beckett in for a strike, and we're underway. 0-1 the count. Eric Young, a switch hitter and batting 300 from either side of the plate. Beckett comes back, and it's hit in the air deep down the right field line, hooking foul and out of play. Eric Young has 4 runs batted in, all coming as a left-handed batter. He's 5'10", about 180 pounds. He had 4 home runs for the Rockies last year. So Beckett with the count his way, no balls and 2 strikes. Josh ready. Here he comes, breaking ball in the dirt, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. For Josh Beckett, a veteran who came up to the big leagues in 2001 and was a dynamite pitcher, won as many as 20 for the Red Sox. Josh studying the signs. Too much time for EY, who backs out. Josh Beckett loves to collect baseball cards. He has about 10,000 of them. He's in the dirt again with Eric Young, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Just the start of the ball game. Eric Young trying to get something started with Dexter Fowler hitting back of him. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Beckett rocks, turns, here he comes, and it's tapped to short. Picking it up, bobbling and dropping it is Hanley Ramirez. So Eric Young is safely aboard on an error charged to Ramirez, and we'll see what kind of a hole that will be dug for Josh Beckett. Looked like an easy play. He had his glove on it, and as he brought the glove up from the ground, the ball just came out of it. He didn't close the mitt in time. So a leadoff error by Hanley Ramirez. Now you have Dexter Fowler off to a great start. Of course, he hit 300 last year, and he's batting .305 now with 8 home runs. Beckett said, looks over at Young, comes to Fowler, and that's in there for a strike, and the count 0-1. Dexter Fowler brings great coverage defensively in center field. Now he's a .300 hitter. He's also stolen 4 out of 5. So all the patience the Rockies had for him, it has certainly paid off. Young short lead held on by Gonzalez, but they'll go over anyway. Eric Young not playing a lot with the Rockies. He had 14 stolen bases last year. The more he plays, the more he steals. He had 27 the year before. Strike one pitch coming up to Dexter Fowler. Beckett very deliberate, so much so that Larry Vanover calls time. 0-1. Daddy Longlegs. Dexter Fowler out of Alpharetta, Georgia. Here comes Beckett's fastball, and that's hooked into the gap. Racing over his Epier, but it's Kemp who plays it on a hop. Going all the way to third is Eric Young. And with two batters up, Josh Beckett is in a jam. The error by Hanley Ramirez and the line drive single by Dexter Fowler. First and third, nobody out. And now here they come, Carlos Gonzalez, Troy Tulowitzki, and Mike Kadaya. Carlos Gonzalez batting .306. Last night they walked him twice after he hit a home run in the first inning. And in the game before, he had 3 hits. So he is a force to be reckoned with. Carlos, left-hand batter, waiting. Beckett set at the belt, checks and deals. Good fastball swung on and missed. And the count 0-1. Beckett trying to think his way out of a jam caused by an error and then a base hit. Carlos Gonzalez is hitting .258 against right-handers. He's a left-handed batter, hitting over .400 against left-handers. Strike one pitch coming up, and that's low and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Carlos Gonzalez idolized in Denver. 7 RBIs knocked in with runners in scoring position. 7 of his 13. Beckett ready, very deliberate. Now comes to him, and it's low and away. Ball 1. Now ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Carlos Gonzalez. Gonzalez is backed up by Troy Tulowitzki returning to the Wars. Troy banged up his shoulder in Arizona, and he missed the first 2 games. The next pitch very high and away. A.J. up out of the crouch to one-handed. So now Beckett is faced with a couple of problems. What do you do with Gonzalez on a 3-1 count? And if you walk him, you're going to get Tulowitzki with the bases loaded. 3-1 pitch is very high, and there you have it. Ball 4, and Beckett on the ropes here as Tulowitzki slowly makes his way up to the plate. Troy Tulowitzki, one of those people who really makes the Rockies go. He is the senior citizen. He came up to the Rockies back in 2006. Tulowitzki, one of those fortunate fellas. You know, you hear about guys signing and 4 or 5 years later they come to the big leagues. Tulowitzki signed, and he was in the big leagues 14 months after signing. Of course, didn't take him long. He hit for a cycle against the Cubs, and in 2007 he broke Ernie Banks' rookie shortstop record when he hit 24 home runs. Talking about home runs, he is always a threat. He has 2 grand slams. So here's Tulowitzki, straight up right-hand batter. Beckett ready and delivers, and the fastball a little low, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Down the line from third is Young. Fowler's at second. Gonzalez at first. Plenty of speed out there. 1-0 to Troy Tulowitzki. Beckett ready. Josh delivers. Fastball hit to the gap and left center. That's going to be a base hit and almost get to the track. 2 runs will score. Stopping at third is Gonzalez on a double by Tulowitzki. And before the chairs are warm, the Rockies lead 2-0. So an error by Ramirez, a single by Fowler, a walk to Gonzalez, and a long double to left center field by Tulo, and 2 runs batted in. And the Dodgers not out of it yet. Second and third, nobody out, with Mike Kadire, Willen Rosario, and Nolan Arenado. So Beckett set down 2-0 in the first inning, and the pitch off speed, and it drops in nicely for a strike. 0-1 to Kadire. Kadire played right field in the first 2 games. He went 1 for 4 last night and drew blanks the night before when the Rockies had 19 hits. Strike 1 pitch on the way is swung on and fouled at the plate, and the count 0-2. Mike Kadire is a fellow who's very popular on the ball club. He's a good player, hustles, plays hard, but in the clubhouse he's a wonder. He is a magician with cards. No balls and 2 strikes, the count. Beckett in trouble, down 2-0. Pitch to Kadire off the plate. Ball 1. 1-2 the count. Beckett has made 16 pitches and does not have an out, although the first ground ball should have been an out, the ball that was kicked by Hanley Ramirez. 1-2 the count. Beckett reading Ellis. Runners take their leads at second and third. Gonzalez down the line from third. Tulowitzki away from second. Now Beckett at the belt. Josh Reddy, here he comes. A ground foul outside of third, bouncing right into the Dodger dugout. So 1-2 the count to Mike Kadire. Rockies go home, and from what we hear, 25 degrees and snow in Denver. Dodgers will go to San Francisco. Kadire played for years in Minnesota, and Minnesota's also getting a lot of snow. First base open 2-0 in favor of the Rockies. Beckett's pitch is low and away, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Kadire has 18 runs batted in, so he's up there in an enviable spot. Outfield deep, straight away. Now the pitch is swung on, hit to the gap in right center, slicing to Ethier, tagging up at third, and coming home to score easily is Gonzalez, and it is 3-0 Colorado. So Kadire gets a fly ball to Ethier, deep enough to pick up the run. Tulowitzki holding at second. Just like that, 3-0 Colorado, and Willen Rosario coming up. For the Rockies, they like the first inning. I mean, they've scored 3 times in the first inning tonight. Last night, Walt Weiss saw Carlos Gonzalez hit a home run to get them on the board. And in game 1, they had 4 runs and 4 hits against Ted Lilly in the first inning. 3 runs, 2 hits, an error, a walk, and a scoring fly ball. Willen Rosario, a very good hitter with 19 runs batted in. Right-hand hitting catcher. He also has 7 home runs. Beckett looks back at second. Now comes to his hitter, and Rosario swings and doesn't get it. 0-1. Troy Tulowitzki, who set up the inning with his double, still out there at second base. 1 out, 3 runs in. Rosario from the Dominican Republic, and the strike 1 pitch coming up. Beckett very, very deliberate. Too deliberate. Rosario, he's willing to bat. Beckett not willing to pitch. 0-1 the count. Rosario averages a run batted in about every 5 at bats. He has to get out of there in a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Rosario is 5'11", 200-pounder. Only 24. He was signed by the Rockies out of the Dominican in 2006. He really wanted to be a pitcher, but the folks in the Dominican said you're too little to be a pitcher. Fastball is swung on and missed. 1-2 the count to Willen Rosario. 1 out in the first inning. The Rockies have jumped out to a 3-0 lead. On deck, Nolan Arenado and Troy Tulowitzki waiting out there at second base. One and two the count. Here comes Beckett, and he is down and away. 2-2 the count to Rosario. Rosario hitting .355 against right-hand pitching, hitting .350 overall. Beckett at the belt. Back he comes, and it is swung on and missed, and down goes Rosario. So the inning should be over, but because of Ramirez error, it is still alive. Good breaking ball to take care of Rosario. And now Nolan Arenado, the young man from Lake Forest in Orange County. Good-looking young ball player, and had the thrill of a lifetime with a large group of people from Lake Forest. He hit a home run. Arenado, right-hand batter, and cleared the barrier in deep right center. So he's strong, and he takes a strike, and the count 0-1. When he finished up high school, he'd sit safely in 27 of his final 28 games, and he was the #1 prospect in the Rockies organization. Strike one pitch to Nolan. Beckett again watching Tulowitzki. Fastball on the hands, foul back to the screen, and the count 0-2. 2 years ago, Arenado led all of minor league baseball. He had 122 runs batted in. That was while he was playing at Modesto. Nolan working on the gum, chewing it as he gets back in the box. Good size, 6'1", 210. And the strike two pitch on the way is swung on, hit, and speared by Ramirez. Hanley Ramirez going up the ladder to take a base hit and a run batted in away from Arenado. However, the Rockies get 3, and at the end of half an inning, lead 3-0. Card reads this way: Nick Punto opening up at second base, Hanley Ramirez at short, Adrian Gonzalez at first base, and Matt Kemp hits cleanup in center field. Andre Ethier is in right, A.J. Ellis behind the plate. Skip Schumacher in left field, Juan Uribe at third, Josh Beckett on the mound. On the mound for Colorado, Juan Nicasio. Nicasio is 3-0. He's from San Francisco de Macorís in the Dominican Republic. 6'3", 210-pounder. He'll be 27 years old at the end of August. Nicasio ready to make his first pitch to Nick Punto. That's in for a strike, and the count 0-1. So Punto, like Schumacher, giving the Dodgers a boost wherever he plays, and he's hitting .400. Nicasio comes right back with a fastball low and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Juan Nicasio, his father farmed coffee and rice, tended to cows in the Dominican, so I'm sure he helped out. The 1-1 pitch, and that's a little low, ball 2-1. With Nicasio, you're going to get a sinking fastball. You also get the four-seamer, which gets up there a little faster, slider, and a change. 2-1 pitch on the way, and that is in for a strike, and the count 2-2. Nick Punto, who gives the Dodgers a charge. Last night, he had a push bunt up along first base and beat it out. 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled away. That got a little bit of Willen Rosario. So Nick Punto trying to get something started. Bottom of the first inning, Rockies lead 3-0. Hanley Ramirez waits on deck, and then hitting behind him would be the number 3 hitter, Adrian Gonzalez. 2-2 the count. Well, Rosario indicates he's okay. Nicasio looks down, getting his sign. Juan ready. 2-2 pitch on the way is swung on, lifted down the left field line, slicing a trio, and no one will be able to get it. It lands just ahead of a sliding effort by Carlos Gonzalez. Dodgers leave town tomorrow to go to San Francisco for a 3-game series. Friday night, Barry Zito and Clayton Kershaw. Saturday, Ryan Vogelsong and Ted Lilly. And then Sunday, a 5 o'clock game on ESPN, Matt Cain and Hyun-Jin Ryu. The next one to Punto is in there, strike 3 called. So Nick caught looking, 1 away in the first inning. We can take a look at the Rockies defensively with Kadaya and Rutledge, Tulowitzki and Arenado, and an outfield of Gonzalez, Fowler, and Young. Rosario behind the plate, and Nicasio on the mound. The return of Troy Tulowitzki. He hurt his shoulder in an awkward slide trying to score in Arizona. They lost 3 out of 4 over there. So he rested here, and now Troy back in, and sure enough, had himself a clutch double in the first inning. The pitch now to Hanley Ramirez, low and away. Ball 1, 1-0. Ramirez with one of the highest home runs you will ever see hit last night. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball hit in the air to right center and deep. On his horse and playing it off the wall is Young. On his way to second is Ramirez with a double. So Hanley Ramirez, who came back last night and had a home run and a double, gets a fastball around the knees and short hops the wall in right center field. Eric Young played to carry him back in, but Hanley was in there ahead of it. So the Dodgers, with 1 out, have a runner at second and the batter Adrian Gonzalez. So Gonzalez has been the big butter and egg man, delivering consistently for the Dodgers. 18 runs batted in, hitting .333 with 2 home runs. They've kept him pretty quiet in the previous 2 games. Gonzalez last night 0 for 2. And the pitch to Adrian off the plate, ball 1. Gonzalez in the first inning last night had a sacrifice fly and went 1 for 4 in game 1. On deck, Matt Kemp. So Hanley Ramirez at second base with 1 out. 3-0 Colorado. We're in the first inning. Nicasio from a stretch. And the 1-0 pitch on the way. Swung on late and missed. And the count 1-1. That fastball was 91. Takes a lot of nerve for Juan Nicasio to be out there pitching after what happened to him in August of 2011. He was hit by a line drive and suffered a broken neck. 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed, 1-2. The ball struck him on the right side of the head. Went off the bat of the Nationals' Ian Desmond. He was down for the count for several minutes. Carried off the field, had surgery, and here he is right back at it. 1-2 the count to Adrian Gonzalez. Nicasio ready. The pitch is away, and the count 2-2. See the scar, if you're watching on television, directly in the back of his neck. What they did to stabilize a fracture to the C1 vertebrae, 2 screws were inserted in the topmost vertebrae along with a small plate at the base of the skull, and they are permanent. 2-2 pitch coming up. It swung on and fouled away. So Juan Nicasio, coming off that terrible injury in 2011, he was with the Rockies and he was with Tulsa. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gonzalez trying to pick up Hanley Ramirez. The 2-2 pitch, breaking ball, hit in the air to right field, right down the line. In the corner, Young watching it go out for a home run. All eyes on first base umpire Tony Randazza. And just like that, the Dodgers get back in the game. Rockies 3, Dodgers 2. Reminded you somewhat of the first home run that Adrian hit as a Dodger in the daylight. High fly ball down the right field line. It had enough oomph to it. It was a question of whether it would hook foul or not. And it sailed in fair. Young racing over to the corner because the ball was so high. It got in about 4 rows. And that makes it 3-2 in favor of Colorado. And the butter and egg man has delivered. And now the batter is Matt Kemp. Nicasio ready. And a check swing on a fastball for a strike. And the count 0-1. So Adrian Gonzalez talking to A.J. Ellis. Gonzalez, his 3rd home run. He now has 20 runs batted in. So here's Kemp hitting .260. Nicasio into his windup. And the strike 1 pitch. That's low and inside. 1-1. For Nicasio, who pitches in Denver, but still it's a little bit of a shock. That home run against Juan Nicasio was home run number 6. And we have just turned the corner into May. The 1-1 pitch on the way is a swing, but not much behind it. That was the kind of a swing you take when you're badly fooled. 1-2 the count to Matt Kemp. Nicasio ready, big right-handed delivers, fastball fouled at the plate. So Matt is still there. In fact, no, he is not still there. Larry Vanover has said no foul ball. You're out. So a puzzled Matt Kemp goes walking back to the dugout. And we have 2 down. And the batter will be Andre Ethier. Take a look on TV. He swung. The ball dropped out of Rosario's mitt. Stayed at his feet, so you thought it was a foul ball. There was no indication immediately from Larry Vanover. So Kemp thought he was still alive, and then all of a sudden he got the news. So Kemp strikes out, 2 down, first inning, and the batter Andre Ethier fooled on an off-speed pitch way out in front. That was similar to the swing that Matt Kemp took. You're not quite sure, and it winds up like a half slow motion swing. Now the strike 1 pitch, Ethier goes after it, lifts a fly ball to left field. Cargo is there, and that'll be that. However, Ramirez doubles, Gonzalez homers, and at the end of an inning, Rockies 3, Dodgers 2. Three to 2 in favor of the Rockies. We go to the second inning. It'll be Rutledge, Nicasio, and Young in that order. By the way, the Rockies had to make a move. They had designated infielder Chris Nelson for assignment. They had to do something with him when they brought up Nolan Arenado. Nelson was one of the more popular players on the club. Anyway, Nelson from Escondido has been traded or sent to the Yankees for cash consideration and a player to be named later. And Nolan Arenado is a fixture now at third base. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Rutledge. Right-hand hitter swings, hits it over the head of Ramirez into left center for a base hit. Up with it quickly to get it back in is Schumacher. You know, this Mother's Day, May 12th, give your mom the gift of Dodger baseball. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a tote bag, compliments of Murad Skincare. And after the game, moms and their families invited to enjoy a walk around the park. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Lots of moms here with their children. Second inning, 3 to 2 in favor of Colorado. Rutledge with a base hit and Nicasio up there. Dodgers think he's up there to bunt. He shows bunt. Beckett deals, and the pitch is taken for ball 1. Stu Cole in the third base coaching box, hanging out a sign. Rene Latchman over at first. We won't see Colorado for a while. We've mentioned it. It's kind of interesting. Rene was the Dodger bat boy when they played in the Coliseum. Nicasio waiting and Beckett off the rubber. That would be from 1958 right into the first year here at Dodger Stadium. Rene, the Dodger bat boy. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. The bunt, it's down, picked up by Ellis. The only play is to first. So Nicasio moves his man along. Rutledge now at second. And with one out, the leadoff man, Eric Young, will be coming up.
Right field, number 1, Eric Young.
Eric Young led off the game with a ground ball to Hanley Ramirez left, his gloved side. Hanley got the glove on the ball and then just didn't squeeze it in time, and it spilled away for an error. So Rutledge at second with one out. 3 runs, 3 hits for the Rockies, 2 runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Second inning. Beckett set at the belt. Looks into Ellis to get a sign. Now works the hitter. And the first pitch down and away. Ball 1. 1-0 to Eric Young. Boy, he is the spitting image of his dad. 1 ball and no strikes. Beckett just staring back at Rutledge. Now works the pitch. Swung on, fouled at the plate. And the count 1-1. Little EY at 5-10, trying to move Rutledge along. One ball and 1 strike. Eric Young turned down a Villanova scholarship, attended junior college to focus on baseball. If I remember, his dad went to Rutgers. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Beckett looking at Rutledge. Now comes back to Young, who shows bunt, takes a strike instead, and the count 1-2. When you talk to Eric about his father and then his own ability, he said, I don't try to model my game after him, but it's hard not to. We're gifted basically with the same abilities. 1-2 instead of fake and a look. Eric Young Sr., the Rockies' single season and career leader in stolen bases. EY stole 53 back in 1996, finished up with 180 stolen bases in his career with Colorado. Here's the 1-2 pitch to his son, and that's very high. 2-2 the count. Eric Young trying to get Rutledge over. Second baseman at second, 1 out. 3-2 in favor of Colorado. Fastball is chased and missed. So EY going after a fastball up and away. Down he goes. That would be the second strikeout of the inning. And the batter now will be Dexter Fowler. So EY pays the price of the bad ball swinger. And here is Fowler. Boy, to watch the Rockies at home and watch Dexter Fowler, Fowler the Prowler, out there in center field. Remarkable. And the off-speed pitch, a change. That's a little high. Ball 1. 1-0. Fowler single to center. in the first inning. A couple of years ago, when he was pretty much of a raw rookie, Fowler served notice. He stole 5 bases in one game. The 1-0 pitch on the way, off speed, foul back, 1-1. For stealing 5 bases in one game, you immediately wonder about Ricky Henderson. Ricky stole 5 bases in one game, but only once. Lou Brock never had a 5 stolen base game, nor did Tim Raines. So to give you an idea of the overall ability of this fella, Dexter Fowler. 6'4", 185, 27 years old. 3-2 Rockies second inning, and the pitch inside, and it gets Fowler. So Dexter hit by the pitch and awarded first base. For Fowler, that would be the 3rd time this year that he's been hit. Pitch got him on that padded elbow. For Beckett, that would be the 1st batter that he has hit. So first and second with 2 out, and here is Carlos Gonzalez. The last thing Beckett wanted to do was to put Fowler aboard by hitting him so he could then look at cargo. But look him, he has to. The first pitch to Gonzalez, that's a little low, ball 1-0. Among other things, Carlos now has 2 Gold Gloves. Got one in 2010 and again last year. He signed a 7-year deal in 2011, so he's going to be a Rocky for a long time. And in 2010, he hit for the cycle. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Beckett deals off speed and away. 2-0 the count, and Ellis wants to go out and talk to him. So Ellis talking to Beckett, and you can look on the replay how awkwardly that ball was caught, which meant only one thing. AJ was crossed up. Carlos Gonzalez is one of 3 National League players to have at least 70 home runs, 60 stolen bases over the last 3 years. That puts him in the class with Ryan Braun and Matt Kemp. However, he played 100 fewer games than the other 2. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Gonzalez. Beckett ready and deals. He was guessing fastball, and he was actually out in front of it. 2-1 the count. So you have Rutledge at second, Fowler at first, 2 out, second inning. And the Rockies lead 3-2. The man from Maracaibo in Venezuela, and he takes off speed very high. That was ball 3. So Beckett really doesn't want to give him a fastball. A lot of off speed stuff, and he's in a hole, 3-1. Anxious moments waiting on deck. Troy Tulowitzki. Two on, 2 out, 3-1 to Carlos Gonzalez. 6'1", 210 out of northwestern Venezuela. He saw Bobby Abreu play when he was a little guy, and he decided after looking at Abreu, he tried to adopt everything that he saw Bobby do. Take tree branches, carve them into makeshift bats. They'd roll up socks and tape them. And that's how it began in Maracaibo. Larry Vanover talking to him for the moment. You know, the first 7 hits in Carlos Gonzalez's career were all extra bases. All 7. 3-1 the count. Here comes Beckett, and it's low, ball 4. So Beckett got out of a first inning where he faced 7 batters, and he is right back in the soup now.
Shortstop number 2.
Bases loaded, 2 out, and Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki doubled to drive in 2 in the first inning. Troy hitting .316, 6 home runs, 24 runs batted in. He has Rutledge at third, Fowler at second, Gonzalez at first. Remember, for the last couple of years, we were always talking about the mullet hairdo of Troy Tulowitzki. The mullet is gone. Something new has been added, however. He hits the first pitch foul and out of play. 0-1 the count to Troy Tulowitzki. Yep, the back of the neck, clean as a whistle. However, if he ever takes that helmet off, we understand he now features a mohawk. 0-1 the count to Troy Tulowitzki. Marvelous player, 6'3", 215, 28 years old. Wears number 2 in honor of Derek Jeter. So with the bases loaded, 2 out, Beckett in trouble. Set at the belt, very deliberate, comes to his hitter with a little breaking ball for a strike. 0-2 the count to Troy. Troy's from Santa Clara, lives in Sunnyvale. Went to Long Beach State. We were talking about Carlos Gonzalez and his contract. Tulowitzki signed a 9-year deal and then added 2 more years. Fastball, strike 3. You have to wait on umpire Larry Vanover. That's his style. So Tulowitzki called out with the bases loaded. The end of an inning and a half, 3-2 Colorado. The second inning. Not a bad idea to look at the standings with one thought in mind. The D-backs are leading the Giants 4-2 in the 5th inning. Well, the D-backs and the Giants begin the day 1 behind Colorado, and the Dodgers hanging tough at 2.5 back. So we'll keep track of that for sure. As we go to the bottom of the 2nd inning, A.J. Ellis, and then you have Skip Schumacher and Juan Uribe. Giants, by the way, and we're going up there for the weekend. The Giants are 8-4 at home, but they're under 500 on the road. AJ hitting .250. Nicasio into the windup and delivers low and almost in the dirt. Ball one. 1-0 the count. Rockies got 3 in the first inning. Dodgers came back with 2 on a home run by Adrian Gonzalez. The 2-0 pitch to Ellis taken on the corner for a strike, and the count 2-1. Nicasio's 2-1 pitch to AJ is banged into right center. Base hit. Fowler over to cut it off. So the Dodgers get the tying run aboard immediately on a leadoff single by A.J. Ellis. Skip Schumacher now will be coming up. Fastball to A.J. up out over the plate. Nothing fancy about it. And he slapped it into right center. Schumacher did not play in last night's game when the Dodgers won 6-2. He was in there to mop up as a pitcher in the first game. Playing left field for Kyle Crawford. Swings, doesn't get it. 0-1. Crawford bothered by that tight hamstring. We get a report on Chris Capuano. You know, he had that strained calf, and he went out and pitched tonight in Albuquerque. Next one foul back. And the report on Capuano, he went 5 1/3 effective innings, made 76 pitches. So that has to be good news for Don Mattingly, whose staff was shredded and now slowly trying to make its way back. No balls, 2 strikes to Schumacher. Nicasio delivers, and that's hit foul upstairs. How important is it to be in first place the first day of May? Well, since 2009, only 8 of 24 eventual division winners were leading on May 1. So the front-running team shouldn't be printing their playoff tickets just yet. Next one hit down the left field line. Foul ball again. So A.J. Ellis goes back to first. Skip Schumacher returns to the plate. Juan Uribe waits on deck. Little slicing fly ball. Foul by plenty. 3 runs, 3 hits for Colorado. 2 runs, 3 hits, and an error for the Dodgers. And we're only in the second inning. This game is moving at a leisurely pace. Of course, maybe the Rockies are not in any hurry to go home. It's 25 degrees and snowing in Denver. Strike 2 pitch, swung on, popped up left side. Arenado is there. Nolan makes the catch. So Schumacher pops it up.
For the Dodgers, third baseman.
1 away, and Juan Uribe coming up. Here in Los Angeles, 67, 68 degrees, right around there. Beautiful evening. Uribe hitting .219. He's been somewhat of a changed hitter. He's not swinging at the first pitch as often as he did in the past. That doesn't mean he won't swing at it now. Nicasio delivers, and it is low and inside. Ball 1. Uribe hitting 8th, and you have Josh Beckett on deck. 1 out, second inning, 3-2 Colorado. A.J. Ellis held on at first by Mike Padilla. And a throw over there. Dodgers will go to Colorado the end of May and the first 2 days in June. They'll go the first 3 days in July, and they'll go the first 3 days in September. 1 ball and no strikes. Nicasio delivers, slap foul. Uribe was waiting on that pitch. You talk about hitting it almost out of the catcher's mitt. That's why it was so late. That thing went off his right shoulder on a straight line to the second level. 1-1 the count. Ellis short lead at first. Nicasio has made 32 pitches, and the right-hander ready. Here he comes, and Uribe fouls that back. 1-2 to Juan Uribe. Uribe from the Dominican Republic, lives in San Cristobal. He was originally drafted by the Rockies and actually played for the Rockies in 01, 02, and 03 before moving on to the White Sox. He'll be 34 in July. All right, the 1-2 pitch to Uribe. Taken in the dirt. 2-2. Another thing, Uribe now not swinging at the first pitch. It gets deeper in the count. So this will be a 5th pitch and a 2-2 count. And a little pop fly. It'll be Rutledge, the second baseman. So Uribe pops it up. Ellis holding, and Josh Beckett will be the batter.
61, Josh Beckett.
Josh Beckett with the bat is 0 for 5. He has struck out twice. Bottom of the second inning, 3-2 in favor of the visiting Colorado Rockies. The first place Rockies, 1 game in front of Arizona and San Francisco. Nicasio ready. Beckett, right-hand batter, looks at the first pitch. That'll be a strike. And the count 0-1. Rockies are 9-3 at home, 7-8 on the road. Strike 1 pitch in the dirt. The Dodgers are 7-7 at home, 6-6 on the road. Dodgers go out for 3 in San Francisco, and then they'll be home for 9, Arizona, Miami, and Washington. Nicasio misses low, ball 2. 2-1 the count. Beckett waits, and the 2-1 pitch on its way. Swung on, comebacker. Nicasio will run it halfway to first and then flip it over to Kadire. So for the Dodgers, leadoff single and nothing else. And at the end of 2, Rockies 3, Dodgers 2. 3rd. Don't miss Matt Kemp bobblehead night. That's Tuesday, May 14th. The Dodgers and the Washington Nationals. The first 50,000 fans in attendance take home a mini home run posing Kemp bobblehead. Compliments of United Healthcare. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. Matt will bat 4th when the Dodgers hit in the bottom of the 3rd. Meanwhile, Josh Beckett has labored. He's faced a lot of people in the first 2 innings. He's down 3-2. Leading off will be the first baseman who played right field for the first 2 games, Mike Kadire. Kadire had a scoring fly ball, sacrifice fly in the first inning. Troy Tulowitzki doubled in 2, had the fly ball, and the Rockies had 3. So Kadire, right-hand batter, swings a little late on a fastball, and the count 0-1. Big right-hand batter swings, lifts a fly ball to deep right. Ethier going back to the track at the wall, makes the catch 2 feet in front of the scoreboard in right field. So Kadire a long out to right. 1 down, and Willen Rosario coming up. Kadire hit the same kind of a drive in the first inning with a runner at third to pick up a run. That run is now the difference in the game. Rosario struck out in the first inning. Beckett ready. Here he comes and gets it over for a strike. We talked about Capuano pitching well over at Albuquerque tonight. In June of last year, Rosario hit 2 home runs against him in 1 game. Willen takes a strike. Of course, last year, Rosario really caught everybody's attention. He was a rookie, and he established a rookie record. He hit 28 home runs. The strike 2 pitch is swung on and missed. So he strikes out twice, checking with the plate umpire. Did I swing at a strike? Well, you can be the judge. That was right on the borderline in the outside corner. So 2 down here in the 3rd inning. And the batter, Nolan Arenado. Nolan hit a line drive, and Ramirez made a leaping one-hand catch for the out. Arenado, and the big thing about him, and I heard that quote today about a scout, and a scout said, if I want to find out how good a player is, I want to see how bad he can play. And what the scout meant is, I want to see him at his worst, and then I want to see how he battles his way out from under. 1-1 the count. Dan O'Dowd referred to Arenado's maturity level, saying it hadn't caught up with his ability level. That was this spring. He's a fine-looking prospect as he holds up, gets a strike called. 1-2 the count to Nolan. 6'1", 210. Only been a pro a couple of years. Rapid rise from Casper to Asheville, Modesto, Tulsa, Colorado Springs, and here. 1-2 pitch on the way in the dirt. To make room for Arenado, they just sent Chris Nelson to the Yankees. Chris Nelson was a guy who was instantaneously popular when he joined the Rockies. One of the first things he did was steal home to help win a game. So Nolan Arenado out of El Toro High School, waiting for Larry Vanover to clean up home plate and let A.J. Ellis collect himself a little bit. 2-2 the count. Big slow curveball. Arenado flinched, gave up on it, and it dropped in for strike 3. So in order go the Rockies, and at the end of 2.5 innings, 3-2 Colorado. Troy Tulowitzki and a scoring fly ball by Mike Kadire. Dodgers got 2 back. Ramirez doubled and Gonzalez homered. So into the bottom of the third we go. 3-2 Colorado with Punto, Ramirez, and Gonzalez. Easiest inning of 3 for Josh Beckett. He only made 10 pitches to retire the side. First pitch swung on, foul back. 0-1 the count. Nick Punto hitting just under 400. Hanley Ramirez waiting on deck. Nicosia ready and deals, and this one is in for a strike. 0-2 the count. So Juan Nicasio with a perfect 3-0 record. Oh and 1 in his young career here at Dodger Stadium. That's low. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Shows him a fastball away. 2-2 the count. Bottom of the third. 3 runs, 3 hits for the Rockies. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. Hanley Ramirez waiting on deck. Now the 2-2 pitch. Punto takes ball 3. 3-2. One thing that has given Nicasio a bad time this year, even though he's 3-0, right-hand batters are hitting .321 against him. He's also getting great run support time. During the innings he pitches, the Rockies have averaged a little more than 7 runs. The 3-2 pitch is swung on, hit into left field, base hit. So Nick Punto, a leadoff single, and that will bring up Hanley Ramirez. Another thing about Juan Nicasio, he's 6'3" and 210, but he doesn't usually last very long in a ball game. His average per start is 5 innings. So Nicasio gives up the leadoff single. That means the tying runs aboard. Hanley Ramirez doubled in his first at bat to right field. Outfield deep and fanned out. So Nicasio at the belt, looks at Punto and works the first one low. 1-0 to Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez returned to the Wars last night, and he has 3 hits already, and a home run and a run batted in. 1-0. Nicasio fires to first. Punto diving back to the bag. Nick Punto is 1 for 1 in stolen bases. Nicasio, long look in. Willen Rosario hangs out a sign. The 1-0 pitch on the way, off speed, in for a strike, and the count 1-1. Hanley Ramirez, originally signed by the Red Sox in 2000. He's from Samana in the Dominican Republic. Made it to the Red Sox for 1 year in 2005. Then moved over to the Marlins and stayed with the Marlins until coming to the Dodgers last year. 1 ball and 1 strike to Hanley. Nicasio's fastball is hit foul into the seats off first base, and the count 1-2. Hanley Ramirez certainly got everybody's attention when he was a rookie. He became just the 5th player since 1900 to have a season of 45 or more doubles and 50 or more steals. When you hear the names, he was in illustrious company by doing that. Ty Cobb, Tris Speaker, Lou Brock, and Craig Biggio. And then Ramirez, to show it wasn't a fluke, turned around and did it again in 2007. So he's a remarkably gifted athlete, Hanley Ramirez. Nicasio straightens up, looks at Punto. Now the pitch to Ramirez, swung on, base hit into right field. Punto will stop at second, nobody out. So Ramirez continues his healthy hitting. Last night, Hanley had a home run and a double. Tonight he has a double and a single. Got a fastball up and just banged it the other way. The first and second, nobody out in the third. Dodgers now have 5 hits against Nicasio. Jim Wright, the pitching coach, out to talk, and Adrian Gonzalez waiting at the plate. Adrian Gonzalez came up in the first inning and homered with a man aboard to give the Dodgers 2. There's the ball that Adrian hit. You're watching on TV. Right down the line, just inside the foul pole, about 4 or 5 rows back in. Just like his first home run when he came to the Dodgers. So 2 on, nobody out. 3-2 Rockies, bottom of the 3rd inning. Nicasio set, looks at the runners. Now the right-hander delivers in the dirt, blocked nicely by Rosario. Well, we mentioned that he's usually not around very long, averaging about 5 innings a start. He's now made 50 pitches, and he's in the 3rd inning, 2 on, nobody out. Nicasio's 1-0 pitch coming up. Swung on, ground foul outside of first down the line, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Dodgers heading for San Francisco. Barry Zito, Clayton Kershaw. Saturday, Ryan Vogelsong and Ted Lilly, who just received a shot in the right side. And then Matt Cain and Hyun-Jin Ryu on Sunday at 5. 1-1 the count to Gonzalez. Nicasio looks. Juan delivers. Check swing, and it's off the plate for ball 2. It was an off-speed pitch, and you had time to make up your mind. And at the last second, Adrian held up. So Punto led off with a single to left. Ramirez a single to right. And 2-1 the count to Adrian Gonzalez. Nicasio deals, and a bad ball swung on and missed. That pitch at least up at Adrian's eyes. 3-1 the count. Instead, as it just sailed away from him. Two balls and 2 strikes the count. Again, Nicasio trying to work his way out of a jam. Fastball hit in the air to left center and deep. Back goes Fowler to the track at the wall. It is caught by Fowler. Tagging up is Punto to third. Back to first goes Ramirez. What a goaltending play by Dexter Fowler. That ball was over the fence, and Fowler was able to catch it and bring it back in. He is 6'4", but Daddy Longlegs can really go and get him. Timed his jump perfectly and took it away. So he takes a 3-run home run away from Adrian Gonzalez. Advancing to third on that great play is Punto. Wow, what a play by Dexter Fowler. The pride of Alpharetta, Georgia. So with 1 out, here's Matt Kemp, and it's still 3-2 Colorado. Now they're going to say that Punto left too soon at second base, and the answer is no. So Walt Weiss, instead of seeing his ball club trailing 5-3, still sees they're 1 up thanks to Dexter Fowler. Magnificent play. Matt Kemp has given the Rockies a bad time ever since he came into the big leagues. 73 runs batted in. Hitting back of him, Andre Ethier. First and third, 1 out, 3-2 Rockies. And ball 1. Matt struck out in the first inning, hitting .258. 1 home run, that was in New York, right down the right field foul line. So runners at first and third. Ramirez at first, Punto at third. Two and 0 the count to Matt Kemp. So Nicasio saved for the moment by Dexter Fowler, robbing Adrian Gonzalez of a home run. Timing had to be absolutely perfect. 2-0. Ball 3. So Nicasio up and in, 3-0. Here in the inning, Punto single to left, Ramirez single to right, sending Punto to second. Gonzalez robbed of a 3-run home run on the great play by Fowler. Now Kemp is up there 3-0, and let's see if they might not green light him 3-0. Maybe. Breaking ball for a strike. Off speed, 3-1. Ethier, who flied to left field in the first inning, is on deck. Three balls, one strike. Nicasio ready. There goes Ramirez, and Kemp swings. Fouled it away. No, just missed it. And Ramirez into second base. So a full swing and a miss by Kemp, and Ramirez steals second. First base open and the right-hander ready. Nicasio at the belt, checks, ready. 3-2 pitch to Kemp, swung on and fouled away. High fastball coming up there at 95. So the Dodgers now second and third, one out, trailing by one. Nicasio has made 60 pitches, so Rosario and Tulowitzki come to his aid to try and talk it out of a tough spot. First base open. So Nicasio walks around on the grass. Tulowitzki goes back to his normal depth, and Rosario takes his own sweet time to let Nicasio settle down. Now the catcher has finally gotten behind home plate. So it's a big pitch in a big game. 3-2 score, 3-2 count. Nicasio straightens up, looks at the runners. And the 3-2 pitch to Matt Kemp. Fastball fouled away. So he got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that he swung on and missed. Got a 94, and he fouled it off. Nicasio had made 39 pitches in the first two innings. So he's now made 22 pitches in this inning. And Kemp waiting. Second and third. Ramirez at second. Punto at third. One out. 3-2 Rockies third inning. Nicasio ready now. Big pitch for him. 3-2 to Matt Kemp. Swung on and missed. Topped in front of the plate. The out recorded at first, and the runners hold. So Kemp strikes out a second time.
Right fielder number 16, Andre.
And the batter will be Andre Ethier. Breaking ball in the dirt. So a frustrated Kemp heading back in the dugout. Andre Ethier flied to left field in the first inning. So Adrian Gonzalez couldn't deliver because of a sensational catch by Dexter Fowler. And Matt Kemp could not deliver, striking out on a pitch in the dirt. And now they will walk Ethier and try to get out of the inning at the expense of A.J. Ellis. So in a moment, the Dodgers will have the bases loaded with two out. Walt Weiss sweating this out. They've been playing almost an hour and 20 minutes, and we're in the third inning. Nicasio has one more pitch to load him up. Dodgers in the first inning had Ramirez double and Gonzalez homer. And in the third inning, with 2 on, Gonzalez hit one, and Dexter Fowler reached over the center field wall to take a 3-run home run away from Gonzalez. Kemp then strikes out. They walk Ethier to load the bases, and here's A.J. Ellis. Ellis has 1 grand slam. He hit it last year against Colorado. Schumacher on deck. 3-2 in favor of Colorado here in the third inning. Nicasio into the windup, and the right-hander deals down and away. Backhanded by Rosario. Ball 1. 26 years old, Juan Nicasio from San Francisco de Macorís in the Dominican. 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball fouled away. Good pitch at 94. A.J. couldn't extend his arms at all. 1-1, and now Rosario going back out to talk to him again. So Nick Punto, who opened up the inning with a base hit, went to second on a single by Ramirez. Punto tagged up and went to third on that great catch by Fowler. Now with the bases loaded, 2 out, 1 ball, 1 strike count on A.J. Ellis. Right-hander delivers, low and away. Nice save by Rosario. Interesting about Nicasio and the Dodger hitters. The first 7 batters he faced, the batters swung and missed 7 times and fouled off only 3 pitches. Now, the next 7 swung and missed only 3 times, fouled off 11, and there's a pitch right through the legs of Rosario. Scoring is Punto. Everybody moves up, and we have a 3-3 tie. It went right between the legs of Rosario in the dirt, and the catcher came up and it went under. It'll be a wild pitch for Nicasio. That would be his 2nd wild pitch of the year. So the Dodgers finally catch him. They were down 3-0, 3-2, 3-3. The count is 3-1 to A.J. Ellis with runners at second and third. So Punto brought the run home on the wild pitch. Ramirez advanced to third. Ethier goes to second. And a 3-1 count with Skip Schumacher on deck. Ellis single to center in the 2nd inning. Rockies Dodgers 3-3 in the 3rd. Nicasio into the windup. Juan ready, and the breaking ball looked like a slider, fouled away. 3-2. Rockies got 3 in the 1st. Dodgers got 2 in the 1st, 1 here in the 3rd. 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. So down goes A.J. Ellis. The Dodgers lose a 3-run home run because of Dexter Fowler. They still managed to get 1, and we are tied as we look at that great catch yet again. 3-3. runs, 3 hits. Dodgers 3 runs, 5 hits. Josh Beckett labored in the first inning, came right back and struggled in the second inning, and then suddenly turned it around in the third inning when he struck out 2 and made only 10 pitches. So let's see how he fares in the fourth inning of a 3-3 tie. And a strike. Josh Rutledge, single to left field. Got as far as third in the second inning. Popped in the air, foul off to the right. No play. No chance that Ellis could get under it. And then it wound up in the stands anyway. 0-2 the count. Josh Rutledge out of Cullman, Alabama. That off-speed pitch over his head. 1-2. He was all-state at Alabama. Led his team into championship series. And he probably whacks that down the line in the corner. Going over to get it is Schumacher. And into second base standing with a double is Josh Rutledge.
Pitcher number 44, Juan Nicasio.
So immediately the Rockies have the tying run at second base. And with the pitcher Nicasio coming up, you're expecting a bunt. Juan Uribe in on the grass. Adrian Gonzalez in on the grass. Rutledge third double. Nicasio fouls the bunt back. 0-1. Nicasio has one sacrifice this year and then sacrificed in the second inning. So he now has 2. Three runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. But what a difference one play makes in a game. That magnificent catch by Dexter Fowler. Oh, 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Nicasio, in his 3 innings, has made 72 pitches. Beckett is beginning his 4th, and he's made 65. The corners are up. Gonzalez and Uribe. And a strike. 1-2. On deck, the leadoff man, Eric Young. Young reached on an error and struck out, scored a run in the first inning. Hanley Ramirez doubled and scored ahead of Gonzalez on a home run. He also made the error that allowed Young to get aboard and score. 1-2. The bunt fielded by the pitcher Beckett. I think Gonzalez wanted to perhaps get to the ball first, thinking he might have a play at third. Adrian is talking about that possibility. But Rutledge is at third on the sacrifice. Watch Gonzalez slant across. Had he picked the ball up, being left-handed, he would have had a clean shot at third base. And he reminded Beckett of that, I'm sure. So 1 out, tiebreaker at third, and the batter is Eric Young. Gonzalez and Uribe come up. Ramirez and Punto stay deep. in the dirt. Nice block for Beckett. He does not have a wild pitch. Ellis just saved him one. So Rutledge, who doubled, sacrificed a third, one away. Rockies are 5 games above 500. Dodgers are at 500. 1 ball and no strikes. Off speed and a little high. 2-0 to Eric Young. And looking at Beckett's past games, the best game he pitched in Arizona, he made 102 pitches. Two and 0. 2-1. Gonzalez remains up even with the bag at third. Uribe about the same at third, so they're not convinced that EY is not going to try to drag or even squeeze. Waiting on deck, Dexter Fowler. And ball 3. Beckett has allowed 3 runs and 4 hits. He has struck out 5. Fastball fouled away. 3-2 to Eric Young. EY following in his father's footsteps. The Rockies can only hope he's as good as a player as his father was. Three and 2, 1 out. Rutledge at third in a 3-3 tie. Ball 4, and he missed by plenty. So Young draws the walk, and for Josh Beckett,
Number 24, Dexter Fowler.
he has walked 3 and hit a batter. So now first and third, and here is Fowler. Single to center, hit by a pitch, and made that great catch. Beckett's first couple of games for the Dodgers, he walked only 1. First and third, and they'll have to worry about Young over there at first. 0-1 to Fowler. AJ now trying to put their heads together with Beckett. The Rockies were retired in order in the 3rd inning. Kadire flied to right, and then Rosario and Arenado each struck out. Otherwise, Beckett's been surrounded all evening. 0-1 to Dexter Fowler. Now 1-1. After Fowler, of course, he had the left-hand hitter, Carlos Gonzalez. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ground foul outside of first, down the line. 1-2 the count. Three runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Rockies. Fowler in and out of the box. Fowler was only 0-1 against Beckett. Mike Kadaya had a home run against him in the past, and that's about it. 1-2 to Fowler. Wow. Wow, indeed. They're in the 7th inning. The Diamondbacks are leading the Giants 6-4. Cliff Pennington, the shortstop, has 4 RBIs to chase Tim Lincecum. And that's way off the plate. So Beckett now goes 2-2. Pretty restless evening for the Dodger bench. Rick Honeycutt going over to the phone. Beckett does not give you the impression at any time that he's in command. More like he's hanging on. 2-2. Got him. So Fowler strikes out. Big out. That would be the 6th strikeout on that low fastball. And now Carlos Gonzalez. Gonzalez has walked twice. Time for the moment Beckett is working on his shoes behind the mound. Carlos Gonzalez checking in, hitting .306. 5 home runs, 13 runs batted in. Walked and scored a run on Kadaya's fly ball. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Matt Guerrier begins to warm up. 1 ball and no strikes. So as we said, Beckett does not look like a pitcher who is in charge at all. And they're watching him very carefully now. His 80th pitch coming up. One ball and no strikes to Carlos Gonzalez. Way off the plate. Gonzalez, one tough hombre. He's hit as many as 34 home runs, and he's had as many as 117 runs batted in. The 2-0 pitch. Line down the right field line, hooking in the corner, fair ball. So in comes Rutledge. They're going to wave Young in. Punto gets the ball back to the infield, but no further throw. So Carlos Gonzalez doubles into the right field corner. The Rockies score 2 and take a 5-3 lead.
Shortstop, Troy Tulowitzki.
And Troy Tulowitzki now will be coming up. There are times when you get the feeling a pitcher really feels this game is mine. And then there are other times when you don't get that feeling at all. And that's pretty much the feeling right now in watching Beckett. You're going to watch EY fly around, scoring from first on the double. There was no throw to the plate. So Young carries it in. It's 5-3. The Dodgers are having a meeting, maybe to give Guerrier a little time. And here comes Rick Honeycutt. For Beckett, the evening started off on a sour note. The first ground ball by Eric Young was dropped and kicked by Hanley Ramirez for an error. And before the dust settled, the Rockies had 3. So Honeycutt consuming as much time as possible. Troy Tulowitzki will be facing Beckett. Tulowitzki going head-to-head against him is 3-for-5 and then doubled in the first inning. So that made him 4-for-6, and then he struck out. So he is 4-for-7 against Beckett. And you have Gonzalez at second with 2 out. And the Rockies leading 5-3. And ball 1. When you look at the Rockies and you see people like Dexter Fowler, who has come of age, Carlos Gonzalez, Troy Tulowitzki, the catcher Willen Rosario, they have some fine players. Their pitching will take them as far as they can go. High fly ball into left center appears playable. Matt Kemp is there, and that'll be that. So the double by Gonzalez drives in 2, breaks the tie, and the Rockies lead 5-3. Visit MySoCalKia.com. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. Twice tonight, the Rockies have led the Dodgers. In the first inning, the Rockies scored 3, and Carlos Gonzalez had a walk in that game. And then in the fourth inning, they take a 5-3 lead, and Gonzalez has the double to drive in 2. Skip Schumacher followed by Juan Uribe and then Beckett. And Juan Nicasio ready to work his fourth inning. Ball 1. As we said, Nicasio averages around 5 innings a start and usually gets a good 7 runs support. 1-1. Juan got out of a big mess in the third inning thanks to Dexter Fowler. 1-2 to Schumacher. 5 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Colorado. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Nicasio speeding up his pace. 2-2. He's acting like he can't wait to pitch now. Beckett sitting back after 83 pitches. 3-2 the count to the Dodger leadoff man, Skip Schumacher. The teams are not doing badly with Uribe on deck, hitting with runners in scoring position. That's ball 4. The Rockies have been dynamite. They're hitting .417. That's 10 for 24 with runners in scoring position. Dodgers aren't doing badly. They are 5 for 16, hitting .313. So Nicasio opens up with a walk. He opened up with a single in the third inning. He opened up with a single by Ellis in the second. Justin Sellers comes out on deck, and Jim Wright on the phone. 0-1 to Uribe. So the Dodgers have gotten a leadoff man in 3 of 4 innings. Sellers will be batting for Beckett. For Josh, it was a long, laborious night, even though he was only out there for 4 innings. 0-1. 0-2. So this at bat was a different Uribe, swinging at the first 2 pitches. Nicasio is 3-0. No balls and 2 strikes to Juan Uribe. Josh Outman down in the bullpen for Colorado. There's the left-hander. And it looked like a great changeup, and Uribe badly fooled and strikes out. So 1 away. We can give you an MLB update. The Cubs beat San Diego 6-2. Arizona leading the Giants 6-4. A surprise, Cliff Pennington, who's not that kind of a hitter, 4 RBIs. And the Red Sox just took Toronto apart 10-1. Mike Napoli, a big game. So here's Justin Sellers, 1 out, 1 on. 4th inning, 5-3 Colorado, and that's a strike. Sellers hitting .203, 1 home run, 2 runs batted in. (0-1). Fights off a fastball. 0-2. Justin Sellers from Bellflower and Huntington Beach. Went to Marina High School. Originally signed by the A's about 9 years ago. Came up to the Dodgers in 2011. Still up there, 0-2. On deck, the leadoff man tonight, Nick Punto. Punto struck out and single a left, scored a run. 0-2 to Sellers. Popped up, back of first, foul ground to Dyer. So Schumacher holding at first with 2 out, and Punto coming up. So Josh Beckett allowed 5 runs, 5 hits, struck out 6, walked 3, hit a batter, and made 83 pitches. Only in the 3rd inning did Josh look like Josh when he made only 10 pitches and struck out 2 of the 3 hitters. Punto 1 for 2. Shows bunt, pull the bat back. 1 ball and no strikes to Nick. If he's bunting, he'll be on the run, either to dump it up along 3rd or drag it towards 1st. Arenado wide of the bag at 3rd. That's a strike. 1-1. Nick Punto is 5'9", so he doesn't give you that much of a strike zone once he gets in there. Bends at the knees and waist. 1-1. Fastball, pop foul, out of play. Nicasio still throwing 92. His pitch count is up to 89. One and 2. Fouled away. And looking at the pitch count of Nicasio, he's now made 90 pitches. He has not made 100 in a game. His high, 97. One and 2 the count to Punto. In the dirt, kicks away, and on the wild pitch, Schumacher goes to second base. So that's the second wild pitch by Nicasio. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, runner at second. Rockies lead 5-3. Fastball takes him away. Down he goes. 2 strikeouts in the inning. At the end of 4, Rockies 5, Dodgers 3. in a clutch in a pinch hit situation? Would it be Ryu, Kershaw, or Beckett? Tweet hashtag pinch hit and then the name, either Ryu, Kershaw, or Beckett. Keep tuning in and we'll see the result. All three pitchers pretty handy with the bat. Five to 3 in favor of the Rockies. We've reached the fifth inning, and Matt Guerrier will pick up for Josh Beckett. One ball and no strikes the count. Mike Kadire twice flying to right field, once picking up a runner from third. 1-1. Kadire batting .309, 5 home runs, 19 runs batted in. Another good player. And a chopper foul. No play for Uribe. 1-2 the count. The Rockies apparently will certainly go as far as their pitching. And of course, in the rarefied air of Denver, even with the humidifier or the humidor, pitching will be the premium. 2-2. Guerrier picking up the pieces for Josh Beckett, and there's probably a base hit up the middle. So Kadire, a line drive single to center, and the batter will be Willen Rosario. Hit number 1 off Guerrier, number 6 for the Rockies. Tim Lincecum pitching for the Giants tonight, and he was chased by Cliff Pennington. And tonight was the first time in 60 starts that Tim Lincecum did not walk a batter. The last time was the 1st of June back in 2011. Fly ball to center, very playable. Kemp is there. So Rosario doesn't hang around. 1 down. The odd part of that Lincecum performance, on both days, he gave up 10 hits and at least 5 runs. So much for control. Here's Nolan Arenado. Lost a hip, a leaping catch by Hanley Ramirez in the first inning, and struck out in the third. And fouled away upstairs. 0-1 to count. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Colorado. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers, with an asterisk, robbery. Dexter Fowler, 3rd inning, on Adrian Gonzalez. That's a play that'll be on highlight reels for quite a while. Ground ball to third. They will get 1, and they get 2. Punto, a tough nut down there. Kadire gave him his best shot to break it up, and Nick was still able to turn it, and it's 5-3 Rockies. Night with the Rockies. They go up to San Francisco briefly and then come back next week to play Arizona for 3, Miami for 3, and Washington for 3. Then the club goes out on the road to Atlanta and Milwaukee. So make your plans. We'll see you at the ballpark. Right now we go to the bottom of the 5th inning and a new pitcher. His name is Josh Outman. Not a bad name for a pitcher. He's from St. Louis, Missouri. Went to Missouri State University and was originally drafted by the Phillies. He's 6'1", 200, and he'll be 29 in September. So Outman picking up for Nicasio. 5-3 Rockies. Ground ball up the middle, but position is everything, and Rutledge right there to handle it. So Ramirez grounding out. One down in the 5th. Adrian Gonzalez coming up, and whatever the final score is, there'll be an asterisk and a footnote about Adrian Gonzalez. And that great catch by Dexter Fowler. So Adrian came so close to hitting 2 home runs, but only 1. That's a strike. Adrian has done a lot of good hitting against all comers, and he has more than held his own against left-handers. High fly ball to left field. That's playable. Cargo is there. So 2 down. We've talked about it, and a lot of folks might have missed it. So here's that catch by Dexter Fowler on the ball hit by Adrian Gonzalez. Up. It's over the fence for sure, and he brings it back for an out. And that happened with 2 men aboard. So a brilliant play. We have 2 out. Here's Matt Kemp. Struck out twice in the 1st and in the 3rd. Ball 1. Kemp going down on strikes twice, so he has struck out 27 times. Want to know to Matt. So Nicasio and now Outman. Nicasio did not go the required 5, though it is not his game. Fastball lined into right center. So Matt Kemp goes the other way with a base hit. 2 out, base empty single, and a batter will be Andre Ethier. Kemp was hitting .333 against left-handers, so he adds up some more points. Ethier flied to left and was walked intentionally, hitting .242. Ethier is hitting .263 left-handed, about 30 points higher than against right-handers. Pretty good curveball, strike 1. He's basically fastball, curveball, and change. They also talk about a slider. Oh and 1. Foul back, 0-2. Ethier with A.J. Ellis hitting back of him on deck. 0-2. Blocked nicely by Rosario. Holding at first, Matt Kemp. Josh Outman working now with Willen Rosario. And a hard breaking slider, and that takes care of Ethier. And for the Dodgers, no run to hit, a man left. At the end of 5-3 Colorado. For the Dodgers in 1965 on the 1st of May, I'm sure they felt like crying. May Day. Their top player, their top hitter, Tommy Davis, broke his ankle sliding into second base. Oh yes, the Dodgers beat the Giants that night 4-2, but you should have seen and felt the feelings and emotion as if to say, yeah, it's only May, but the Dodgers are done. Well, they weren't done. In fact, they went to the minor leagues, brought up some players, and the next thing you know, they won the World's Championship. May 1. Let's go back to this one. Matt Guerrier trying to hold the fort, hoping the Dodgers can do something against the left-hander. 5-3 in favor of the Rockies. And of course, one of the many minor league players the Dodgers needed in '65 was Lou Johnson, who became somewhat of a legend. He played so well. And somehow the Dodgers survived and overcame the loss of one of their top players, Tommy Davis, on this day. 1-1. Two and one to count. Rutledge singled and doubled. He's 2 for 2. And that's hit to center. Kemp has to go back in a hurry and picks it off. So Rutledge, fly ball to center. Nice play by Matt. Josh Outman coming up.
Pitcher, Josh Outman.
Outman is really dressed like an old-fashioned player as we look at Matt making that catch from many angles. Look at those stockings and the white sanitaries. The stirrups, you could play banjo on them. I know Frank Robinson, Hall of Famer, magnificent player. They used to kids saying someone holds his socks and he jumps from the 3rd floor into the socks to get the stirrups like that. You look around now, many players do not wear sanitary socks. And many of them, you don't know if they're wearing socks at all. 2-0. Ball 3. They're in the 8th inning. Giants 7, D-backs 6. Brandon Belt turned it around on David Hernandez. 3-run home run in the 8th inning. Josh Outman out of St. Louis, Missouri in a 3-1 count. Fouled away. By the way, that home run by Brandon Belt that hurts the Diamondbacks, that's the 3rd home run he has hit against Arizona this year. Three and 2. High comebacker. So we have 2 down in the 6th inning, and Eric Young coming up. You know, Saturday, May 11th, you can bring your dog with you for Natural Balance's Bark in the Park at Dodger Stadium. Purchase the package, receive a ticket in the Coca-Cola All-You-Can-Eat Pavilion, a goodie bag, and more. Purchase tickets at Dodgers.com/barkinthepark. Eric Young reached on an error, scored a run, struck out, walked, and scored a run. Ball 1. Five runs, 6 hits for the Rockies. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Dodgers have 1 home run by Adrian Gonzalez. That's going to go to the wall, and EY is going to let it out. He is going to stop at second. So a 2-out double by Eric Young. He goes 1 for 3, and the batter will be Dexter Fowler. So EY bangs it to the boards. Dexter Fowler, switch hitter, trying to pick him up. Dexter Fowler singled. He was hit by a pitch and struck out. For EY, 7 doubles. And here comes the skipper. He's got Paco Rodriguez down in the bullpen if he wants to turn Fowler around. It would also not only turn Fowler around, he'd be facing the left-hander Carlos Gonzalez. So with all of that, we'll be right back. 5-3. Paco Rodriguez will be the third Dodger pitcher. Beckett started, then Guerrier, and now Paco. Dexter Fowler, a switch hitter, will turn around to bat right-handed. While Fowler batted left-handed, he was 1 for 2. The difference in Fowler, when you turn him around, he's hitting .310 right-handed, .303 left-handed. However, left-handed, most of his power, 7 of his 8 home runs hit left-handed. So it was natural to turn him around, and also a left-hand hitter follows. So Fowler's catch will be remembered for a while against Adrian Gonzalez way back in the 3rd inning. Now trying to do something with the bat. Fouled away. Paco Rodriguez out of Miami. 6'3", 220. Went to the University of Florida. His real name is Steven, but everybody calls him Paco. Oh and 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Dodgers with Beckett, Guerrier, and Rodriguez. The Rockies, Nicasio and Outman. And we're in the 6th inning with Eric Young at second base and 2 out. One and 2 to Dexter Fowler. Got him. Good sinking fastball. So no runs, 1 hit, a man left at second, and at the end of 5.5 innings, 5-3 Rockies. On, when we look back on the series with Colorado, there will certainly be 2 things that stand out. First of all, the performance of Hyunjin Ryu. Last night he was absolutely brilliant with his 12 strikeouts in 6 innings. And I think the other thing that would go along down memory lane with the series would be the catch by Dexter Fowler. But still a lot of baseball left in this one. Bottom of the 6th inning. 5-3 Colorado. A.J. Ellis followed by Skip Schumacher and then Juan Uribe. Ellis has singled and struck out, and ball 1. Josh Outman picking up for Juan Nicasio. Outman gave up a base hit to Kemp in the 5th inning. That's a strike. 1-1. One ball and one strike. And another one. Skip Schumacher on deck, then Juan Uribe. Checked. Just did hold up. 2-2 on that. That was a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. So a left-hander coming out of the bullpen, and I mean he is firing. Two and two. Fastball lifted to right field. EY has a play. That was 96. You're not going to pull that very often. And you get a wrong field fly ball and one down.
The fielder, number 3, Skip Schumacher.
Skip Schumacher has popped up and walked. Schu hitting 135. And a strike. The outfield is split. Eric Young straight away. Pretty good gap in right center. A little low. Last night, you may remember Kenley Jansen not only pitched the 8th inning, but he also pitched the 9th inning and closed it up. Well, he's up now, getting ready perhaps for the 7th inning. Little ground ball to Dyer to the bag. So 2 out in the 6th inning, and Juan Uribe coming out. Luis Cruz comes out of the dugout. He would bat if given a chance for Rodriguez. So here's Uribe, popped up, struck out, 0 for 2, hitting .206. And a strike, 0-1. So Outman consistently throwing 94, then moves it up a notch to 95, and he's had one pitch at 96. And 2. Dodgers were trying to beat the Rockies tonight to give them 100 victories against Colorado here at Dodger Stadium. And 2. And fly ball to dead center, but I mean dead. Fowler is there. 1, 2, 3, and at the end of 6, 5-3 Colorado. one of this year's Fox Sports support charities. Johns Hopkins is at the forefront of groundbreaking research into autoimmune disorders like multiple sclerosis and lupus. So join us in the fight by donating now. Visit hopkinsmedicine.org/Fox. Seventh inning, 5-3 Colorado. Carlos Gonzalez, Troy Tulowitzki, Michael Kadaya against left-hander Paco Rodriguez, the third Dodger pitcher. Good breaking ball for a strike. Gonzalez walked twice and doubled to drive in a run. Another good breaking ball. 0-2 the count. Gonzalez batting .313. 5 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Three breaking balls in a row to strike out a very good hitter. So Gonzalez strikes out. That's one of them, and he got two more just like that. Now we see Don Mattingly with the right hand hitting Tulowitzki coming up, and Mattingly had Jansen up in the pen. So Kenley Jansen will be brought in. Kind of odd. 1 out and bases empty. Great pitching there by Paco to Cargo, and we'll be back. The fourth Dodger pitcher. We have 1 out in the 7th inning. The paid attendance tonight, 32,848. 32,848. And it's 5-3 Rockies, 7th inning. Troy Tulowitzki double, struck out, fly to center, 1 for 3. Troy hitting .309, half a dozen home runs. And ball 1 to Tulo. Tulowitzki is 28. Seems like he's been around forever, but he's only 28. Came up in 2006. And a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tulo, 6'3", 215-pounder. He's had as many as 32 home runs and as many as 105 runs batted in. 1-1. Ball 2, 2-1. Tulowitzki is one of those players in his career. He gets better and better as the year progresses. Ground ball to the hole, smothered at shortstop by Hanley. No play. Nice save by Adrian Gonzalez. So Ramirez tries to take a base hit away, but couldn't work. So Tulowitzki comes up with his second hit. Great effort by Hanley Ramirez, and a great stop by Adrian Gonzalez on a wild throw. There's the effort that far, but now you have to get up and get him. So Tulowitzki aboard. Mike Gadaya, and a good save by Adrian Gonzalez. We're talking about Tulo improving in his career. He's hit .255 in April, May .272, June .290, July .323, August .326, September .306. Mike Kadire played right field the first two games, playing first base tonight. 2 fly balls to right field. One was a sacrifice fly to pick up a run, and he has a base hit. One and 0. Time. Tulowitzki has not been doing much running the last couple of years. About 4 years ago, he stole 20 bases. That dropped down to 2 last year. 1 ball, no strikes. Popped in the air, foul, out of play. 1-1 the count. Don't forget the Dodgers will be home starting May 6th, Monday night against Arizona. 3 with Arizona, 3 with Miami, 3 with Washington. We will see Ryu for sure. And after that impressive performance last night, look forward to it. Tulo short lead at first. 1-2 the count to Kadaya. Rocky scored 3 in the first inning against Josh Beckett. Dodgers scrambled back. Adrian Gonzalez hit a 2-run home run. Then the Dodgers in the third inning put together a run to tie it up, only to have the Rockies come back with 2 and take the lead in the fourth inning. Dodgers lost. It would have been a 3-run home run. The catch by Dexter Fowler, although one of the base runners did score anyway. But Fowler's play is huge and gets bigger as each inning goes by. 2-2 the count to Mike Kadire. Foul back. Mike Kadire played right field in each of the first 2 games, playing first base tonight. Out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Two balls, 2 strikes. Oh, Mike up there hacking away. Mike signed with the Twins after he led the U.S. Junior National Team to a bronze medal in the World's Championship. He led the team in home runs and RBIs. He's the boy who lost his hearing in his left ear at the age of 11. Suffering a rare viral infection, but you'd never know he can't hear out of that left ear. In fact, when he signed his first contract with the Twins, he checked no by the line asking if he had any hearing problem. He said, I checked no because I don't have a hearing problem. 2-2. And he's up there swinging at 94s and fouling them away. Florida State offers him a scholarship. He was a National Honor Society member. And as we told you, he is a clubhouse star. He amazes his teammates with card tricks. 2-2. And pull foul. See, having some very good rips up there. One of the things that Mike Kadai does, because he is so clever with cards and being a nice guy, he makes himself available to talk to schools or children's hospitals. Shows them some card tricks. Two and two. This is the 10th pitch. And it's whacked into right center, and that's going to go to the wall, chased by Kemp. So Tulowitzki running easily is around third, and falling down is Kadire, and he just has to stop at second. So Kadire doubles in Tulowitzki, and it is 6-3 Colorado. So that was quite an at-bat. 10 pitches, and there were 7 foul balls. And then he doubles. So a great at-bat for Mike Kadire. 6-3 Colorado. And the batter, Willen Rosario. Rosario struck out twice, fly to center, 0 for 3. But he's done a lot of good work. Don Mattingly on his way out to bring in his 5th pitcher, and that will be Ronald Belisario. So Kenley Jansen, who pitched the 8th and the 9th last night, will give way to Belisario, who pitched the 7th last night, and we'll be back. Your bullpen is getting a workout. Jerry Hairston will come in and play third base and bat ninth, which means he will lead off in the bottom of the seventh. And Ronald Belisario, who preceded Jansen last night, follows him tonight. And the batter is Willen Rosario. Slow roller to third. Hairston just gets in the game, makes the play, moving over to third. Kadire. And we have 2 down. So Rosario moves his man over. And now Nolan Arenado. Arenado robbed of a hit by Henley Ramirez. Struck out, hit into a double play. Giants are now leading the Diamondbacks 9-6 in the 9th inning. Ball 1. Pablo Sandoval, big double, has given the Giants the extra run, and then Buster Posey's scoring fly ball picked up another. In his career, how about this? Pablo Sandoval at Arizona with runners in scoring position is hitting .475. Belisario 2-0 on Arenado, and Rutledge on deck. Nolan 0 for 3. Ball 3. In the Arizona Giant game, Sergio Romo now has come in to try and lock it up. Bottom of the 9th inning. Three and 0 to Nolan Arenado from Lake Forest. Off the plate. So Belisario gives up a walk. Puts runners at first and third, 2 out. Josh Rutledge coming up. Rutledge single a left, double a left, fly to center. Ryan Wheeler will be out on deck. He would bat for Outman if the inning continued. Dodgers have used 14 pitches in the 3-game series with Colorado. So the bullpen has really been overworked. 1-1. Dodgers will have Hairston, Punto, and Ramirez. And if anybody gets on, Gonzalez. Hit to the hole and through. Base hit. So Kadire scores. Stopping at second is Arenado. And it is 7-3 Colorado. So Rutledge comes up with his third hit and a run batted in. Ryan Wheeler, as advertised, will now come up and bat. Ryan Wheeler hitting for Outman. Ryan's a local boy. He's from Torrance, still lives in Torrance. Went to school at Loyola Marymount. Both of his parents played basketball. His dad for San Bernardino Valley and his mom for the UCLA junior varsity team. That's right. Ryan signed back in 2009. came up with the Diamondbacks briefly last year. 0-2. Rockies sent Matt Reynolds to the Diamondbacks, getting Ryan Wheeler. No balls, 2 strikes. Foul tipped, and down he goes. So the Dodgers get an out, but they give up 2 more runs. And at the end of 6 1/2, 7-3 Colorado. We have the time. Remember the Twitter poll question? Who would you like to see come up in a clutch pinch hit situation? Ryu, Kershaw, or Beckett? And 45% of you said Kershaw, and then right behind Ryu. Dodgers will face Matt Belisle. Belisle pitched the 7th inning last night, and he'll face Hairston, Punto, and Ramirez. Jerry Hairston just got in the game. First at bat, and a strike. Jerry finishing up at third base in a 2-for-1 switch that took Uribe out. 0-1 to Hairston. Foul back. Hairston, you may remember, in that rout, the game the Dodgers lost 12-2. He came off the bench in the 7th inning and hit a 2-run home run. Down in the Dodger bullpen, J.P. Howell. 7th inning, 7-3 Colorado. Sliced foul down the line, out of play. The Rockies have had Nicasio, Outman, and Belisle. Just missed. 1-2 to Jerry. Friday night, Barry Zito and Clayton Kershaw. Saturday night, Ryan Vogelsong and Ted Lilly. Sunday at 5, Matt Cain and Hyun-Jin Ryu in San Francisco. And then the Dodgers come back and settle in Arizona, Miami, and Washington. Dodgers tonight using Beckett, Guerrier, Rodriguez, Jansen, and Belisario with Howell in the pen. Ground ball, base hit into left field. So Hairston, a base hit to left, the 7th Dodger hit.
Second baseman, number 7.
And the batter now is Nick Punto, who has struck out twice, single, scored a run. Punto with the third baseman on the edge of the grass, very wide of the bag, and the Dodgers down by 4. It wouldn't really shock you if he tried to drag or dump a bunt. Ball 1. On deck, Hanley Ramirez. It's all over in Arizona. Giants beat the D-backs 9-6. 1-1 to count. Seven runs, 10 hits for the Rockies, 3 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. 2-1. $32,848 taken in the game. And ball 3. Matt Belisle, veteran right-hander from Austin, Texas, originally with the Braves. Signed by the Braves, but he came up with the Reds. And a pulled line drive double play. Kadire just reaches up to snare it, and so Punto hits into tough luck. Instead of a double and probably a run, it's a DP. A bullet, and Kadire able to turn it into 2. So a nice play by Mike Kadire. And you can see how Punto feels. That's bread and butter off his table. 2 down in the batter, Ramirez, who is double, single, grounded out. 2-4-3. Ball 1. Hanley doubled with 1 out in the first inning, and Adrian Gonzalez followed with a home run into the right field seats. Dodgers tied up the game in the 3rd inning, but the Rockies have pulled away. Two balls, no strikes. 2-1. Waiting on deck, Adrian Gonzalez. Last year, the Dodgers won 10 of 18. They did it basically here. They beat the Rockies 7 of 9. But when they went to Denver, it was another story. The Rockies beat them 6 out of 9. So if the Rockies win tonight, they will have equaled last year's win total at Dodger Stadium already. 2-2 to Hanley. Belisle 6'4", 230. just missed. 3-2. Three and two. Fastball hit up the middle. Basically, Belial is a fastball pitcher. You don't see much more than that. So for Hanley Ramirez, he comes up with his third hit. And that line drive caught by Kadaya and turned into a double play gets bigger and bigger as the inning progresses. Adrian Gonzalez had a 2-run home run. He also thought he had a 3-run home run, except for that great catch by Dexter Fowler. Last time up, he flied to left. Fowler's catch, the difference in the game. Fastball. You're not looking really for much else from that. Here's the catch in case you missed it. Adrian hits it up above the wall to Glover. Fastball. He's throwing at a steady 92. Matt Belial. Big thing about that fastball, they tell me, it has good, hard, sinking action. Ground ball to the hole, but it's plugged up by Rutledge. And thanks to that leaping catch by Kadire, the Dodgers fail to score. And at the end of 7-3, Colorado. A reminder, MLB.com at bat. That's the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Dodger baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Dodgers.com for details. J.P. Howell will be the 6th Dodger pitcher, starting with Josh Beckett. Howell in the 8th inning will begin with Eric Young. Young reached on an error, struck out, walked, and doubled. EY batting .311. Hairston and Gonzalez pull up. Ground ball to short. Hanley Ramirez. One away. That'll bring up Dexter Fowler.
Center fielder, Dexter Fowler.
Fowler with the bat, singled, hit by a pitch, struck out twice. Dodgers are off tomorrow. They will travel to San Francisco and then get ready for the Giants Friday night. Giants knocked off Arizona 9-6. Colorado staying in first place. The Giants would climb over Arizona. Dodgers, meanwhile, would fall 3.5 back. High fly ball to Matt Kemp. So we have 2 down in the 8th inning, and Carlos Gonzalez coming up. Gonzalez walked and scored a run in the first inning, walked again, doubled, and struck out. Cargo hitting .310 with 2 RBIs. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th inning, they will have Matt Kemp, Andre Ethier, and A.J. Ellis. That's on the corner. 1-1. A.J. Ellis getting a workout, handling 6 different pitchers behind the plate. 1-1. 1-2. Gonzalez, with all of his other abilities, now has 2 Gold Gloves. Seven to 3, favor of the Rockies. We're in the 8th. 1-2. Check swing. No swing. 2-2. You see a game like tonight, and you see the Rockies looking at 6 different pitchers, piling up 7 runs, 10 hits. And then you realize just how effective Hyun-Jin Ryu had to be last night. I mean, these are the same players, but Ryu was just unhittable. Struck out 12, and you always had the feeling that the Rocky hitters were looking for the wrong pitch. They'd be looking fastball, he'd throw curve. They'd be looking curveball, he'd throw fastball. It was an amazing performance. 3-2. Breaking ball whacked behind and down the line. Gonzalez colliding with first base umpire Tony Randazza, and it is a stand-up double for Gonzalez. So he drilled that right over the bag, and Gonzalez, trying to get it, ran right into Tony Randazza. Right, coming up. Boom. So for Gonzalez, 2 walks and 2 doubles tonight. And here's Tulowitzki trying to pick him up. Troy doubled, struck out, fly to center, and singled. Rocky 7-11. 7 runs, 11 hits. Dodgers 3 runs, 8 hits. And ball 2. Hitting behind Tulowitzki, Mike Kadire, who made that great leaping catch of the ball hit by Punto and turned it into a big double play. Three and 0. Way outside. So Tulowitzki draws the walk. Runners at first and second with 2 out. And Mike Kadire. Sacrifice fly, then he flied to right, then he singled to center, then he doubled. And then he made that leaping catch, turned to an extra base hit into a double play. That's the curveball for a strike. 0-1. J.P. Howell, James Phillip by name, out of Modesto. Lives in Sacramento and went to school at the University of Texas. The Braves drafted him. He opted to go to USC on a scholarship, and after 1 year, he left SC and transferred to Texas. 1-1. Two and 1. J.P. Howell, when he was at Texas, led his club to the College World Series finals. And popped up. Adrian Gonzalez. And that'll be that. So no runs, a double and a walk, 2 left. At the end, a 7.5. 7-3 Colorado. Seven to 3. They've led them since the 4th inning when they scored 2 to take a 4-3 lead, and they've never let go. Rex Brothers will be their 4th pitcher of the night. Not that the Dodgers are driving their pitchers out. Dodgers picked up 3 runs early against Nicasio and then Outman, Belisle, and now Brothers. So Rex Brothers will be pitching to Matt Kemp.
Center fielder, number 27, Matt Kemp.
J.P. Howell made 17 pitches. And here's Kemp. Kemp struck out in the first, struck out in the third, and singled to right in the fifth. And a strike. 0-1. And another strike. So Kemp in a hole, 0-2 against Rex Brothers, the pride of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Rex is 25. He'll be 26 in December. Fastball with good sink to it. So Kemp strikes out a third time. So Matt, as he slowly goes back to the dugout, a picture of bewilderment. With 3 Ks tonight, Matt has now struck out 28 times. One away, and here's Andre Ethier. Fly to left, walked intentionally, and struck out. And that's a strike. 0-1. One ball and one strike. Rex Brothers was selected by the Rockies, first round pick in 2009. Pitched in the Cape Cod League. 1-2 the count. Ethier hitting .239. Rex Brothers, good fastball, slider, and a change. That just missed. 2-2. So Nicasio, Outman, Belisle, Brothers. Waved at. Andre lucky to get a little bit of that and stay alive. 2-2. Rex was a starter in college, but as so often happens, he's now the late inning left-hander. That's in the dirt. 3-2 the count. Brothers has been particularly tough throughout his career on left-hand batters. 3-2. Ground foul beyond the dugout. So it's still 3-2. Ethier flied to left, walked intentionally, struck out. Fouled away. Dodgers were .500 going into this game. They were 13-13. They were 7-7 at home, and they were 6-6 on the road. Little roller, charging Rutledge. 2 down. And the batter will be A.J. Ellis.
A.J. Ellis.
Dodgers had 2 hits in the 7th inning, but that leaping catch by Kadaya stopped that dead in the water. They had a base hit in the 5th inning. And you have to go back to the first 2 hitters in the 3rd inning to come up with hits. So Kadire made a big play. Dexter Fowler made a huge play. And the Rockies leading handily 7-3. A hopper right through the legs of Arenado. Over to get the ball is Gonzalez. Ellis on his way for 2. He's in there. The ball was hit hard, but right by Arenado. We'll wait for the score. Error 5. Right through the wicket. So Arenado has hit a home run. Now he commits an error. Home run the other night. Skip Schumacher coming up. Fouled out, walked, grounded out, 0 for 2. Playing left field for Carl Crawford, who was out with a tight right hamstring. 7-3 Rockies in the 8th. The bunt, foul, 0-1. Luis Cruz out on deck. He would bat for Howell. One ball and 1 strike. One and 2 the count. So Nicasio, Outman, Belisle, and Brothers. Outman and Brothers left-handed. And the Dodgers with Beckett, Guerrier, Rodriguez, Jansen, Belisario, and Howell. One ball and 2 strikes. And down he goes. So 2 more strikeouts. Brothers picks him up. No runs, no hits. 1 error. And at the end of 8, 7-3 Colorado. Colorado. Luis Cruz comes in to play third base. That means he would lead off in the bottom of the ninth inning. Javi Guerra, who was just called up from Albuquerque, will now make his first appearance. Jerry Hairston is now gone into left field for Schumacher. So Dodgers making some changes as expected. For the Rockies, leading handily, they'll have Willen Rosario, then the third baseman, Nolan Arenado, and Josh Rutledge. So Javi Guerra from Denton, Texas, at Orion High School down there, signed by the Dodgers in 2004. Came up to the Dodgers in 2011 and 12, went back down in 12, and here he is. Javi Guerra, who's 6'1" and 190, basically good fastball, slider, curve. He has a cutter as well, and a changeup. Willen Rosario will face him. 7-3 Rockies in the ninth. And ball one. Rosario struck out twice, fly to center, grounded out, 0 for 4. One and one. Rockies will go home. We understand it was 25 degrees tonight and snow. They're due to play Tampa Bay on Friday. Dodgers will fly up to San Francisco tomorrow and come home Sunday. 2-1 to count. And ball 3. Dodgers using Beckett, Guerrier, Rodriguez, Jansen, Belisario, Howell, and now Guerra. That was a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. 3-2 count. Willen Rosario. Quiet tonight. Torey Alba caught last night. Rosario had a home run and a couple of hits more in game 1. Got him on fastballs. That was 94. And we have one out here in the 9th inning. When the Dodgers go up to AT&T Park Friday night, it will be Clayton Kershaw and Barry Zito. Zito pitching very well. Kershaw pitching like Kershaw, especially after his last game. So that's Friday night. Arenado robbed of a hit by Hanley Ramirez. 0 for 3 with a walk. No balls and 1 strike. Josh Rutledge, the second baseman, hitting back of Arenado. Breaking ball slapped into right field, base hit. Ethier backhands it. Arenado will hold on with a long single. So after all those fastballs to Rosario, a breaking ball to Arenado is whacked into right field. So Guerra gives up a hit. And the batter is Josh Rutledge. Singled, doubled, flied to center, singled again. So he's having a big night. 3 for 4. Reed Briniak comes out on deck. He would bat for Brothers. There's Briniak. Oh and 1. That's in there. Dodgers will see the Rockies in Denver the end of May, first couple of days in June. Still 0-2. And the breaking ball in the dirt, he got a little bit of it. So he's still up there. No balls, 2 strikes. 7-3 Rockies. They scored 3 in the first. Dodgers came back with 2. Dodgers added 1 in the third. And then the Rockies added 2 more in the fourth and scored 2 more in the seventh. And they have held the lead 7-3. Right-hander Rafael Betancourt begins to warm up in the Rockies bullpen. One and 2 the count to Josh Rutledge. Two and 2. Dodgers using 7 pitchers tonight. Started with Beckett. He made 83 pitches, went 4 innings, and was out of there, giving up 5 runs. And then Guerrier, Rodriguez, Jansen, Belisario, Howell, and now Guerra. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball 3. 32,848. We're out here at the start of the evening. A lot of folks have long since headed for home. Fouled away upstairs. So Javi Guerra getting some work in now. He's made 17, now 18 pitches. And he has only 1 out. And he walked in. So after striking out Rosario, the breaking ball was hit into right field by Arenado. And now off the plate with fastballs to put runners at first and second.
Pitch hitting number 16, Reed Briniak.
Reed Briniak coming up. He's out of Louisiana. He had committed to LSU his senior year and then signed with the D-Rays. First pro game he ever played in, he had a home run and drove in 5. 27 years old. 7 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Rockies, 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers in the 9th. On deck, the leadoff man, Eric Young. That's a strike. Guerra now forced certainly to make more pitches than he expected. He's got 1 out, 2 on, and he's made 22 pitches. So he takes care of Brignac. 2 down. And the leadoff man, Eric Young. Young reached on an error, struck out, walked, doubled, grounded out. He has scored twice, hitting .307. Dodgers in the 9th inning. From the looks of things, they would start with Cruz, then Hairston. 1 ball and no strikes. Fouled away. 1 ball and 1 strike. We will have 12 pitchers in this game tonight once they bring in Betancourt. So both managers kind of wheeling and dealing, although with Mattingly, he's dealing out of an emergency. Weiss, an inning here and an inning there. As we mentioned at the very, very start of the game, that was still today. Nicasio does not go more than 5 innings. And that's going to be hit to left. Coming up, Hairston to make the catch. So 26 pitches made by Javi Guerra. He retires the side, and it's 7-3 Rockies. Lead the Dodgers 7-3. Rafael Betancourt will be the 5th Colorado pitcher, and he will also be the 12th pitcher in the game. So Betancourt has to lock up shop. For the Dodgers, Luis Cruz will be leading it off against Rafael. Betancourt is from Venezuela, originally signed by the Red Sox. He's 6'2", 215. He just turned 38. Signed by the Red Sox, but he made it with the Indians. He had a long career with the Indians. And eventually came over to Rockies 2009. Luis Cruz will start it off for the Dodgers. It'll be Cruz, then Hairston, then Punto. Right, 0-1. Cruz hitting in the number 8 slot, and then Hairston batting 9th. High fastball foul back. It seems when a hitter is struggling, it's always 0-2. So the high fastball followed by one down in the dirt. 1-2 the count. In the dirt again. Until 1997, Betancourt was an infielder. The Red Sox were the ones who moved into the mound. Little foul out of play. He has very good hands and a good arm. Not much of a bat. As a shortstop, he was playing in the Gulf Coast League, and he hit .216, and that led to his conversion to pitching, and he has done very, very well. Rafael Betancourt, 2-2. Foul back. Betancourt staying pretty much at 90. Fastball and a curveball. Two and two. Fouled at the plate. Seven runs, 12 hits, 1 error for Colorado. 3 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error for the Dodgers in the ninth. Foul back again. Betancourt, so they tell me, has speeded up his delivery a little bit. He took forever between pitches, but that's tough on the fielders. So now he's much quicker than in the olden days. And a high fastball, and down goes Cruz. So 1 away in the ninth inning. That'll bring up Gary Hairston. Gary Hairston singled. So he's 1 for 1, hitting .250. Played a spot at third and finished up in left. Waiting on deck, Nick Punto. And ball one. Rockies leading handily 7-3. Will be going home in first place. They'll be 1 in front of the Giants, 2 in front of Arizona, and 3.5 in front of the Dodgers unless they get off the floor with 1 out here in the 9th inning. 2-0 to Jerry Hairston. Nick Punto on deck. In there. Nicasio, Outman, Belisle, Brothers, and Betancourt. For the Dodgers, Beckett, Gurria, Rodriguez, Jansen, Belisario, Howell, and Guerra. Well, we're getting very close to a 4-hour game. It's been a pleasant evening for Colorado, and it has been agonizing for the Dodgers. Two and two the count. High fly ball to left field, but it's playable. Gonzalez is there. Dodgers down to their last out. 2 big plays tonight changed everything for the Dodgers. Number 1 was the leaping, remarkable catch by Dexter Fowler, taking a 3-run home run away from Adrian Gonzalez. And then later on, the leaping catch by Mike Kadire in the 7th inning, turning what would have been an extra base hit into a double play. Those 2 plays just stopped the Dodgers dead in the water. So here's Punto, struck out in single, struck out, and then robbed by Kadire. Oh and 1. 0-2. On deck, Hanley Ramirez. Hanley tonight, 2 singles and a double. No balls, 2 strikes. Foul ball. One and 2 the count to Nick Punto, who has his foot in the door as the Rockies try to close it up. One ball, 2 strikes. Foul back. Don't forget, Arizona, Miami, and Washington starting on Monday the 6th. Just off the corner. 2 and 2 the count. Rafael Betancourt trying to put this thing to bed. Ground ball to Kadire, and that'll do it. So 7-3 in favor of the Rockies. Stay tuned for Dodgers Live coming up next. Good night, everybody.